Hello friends! Today we are gonna create a full stack blog application using Next.js and MongoDB. On the home page we have some categories, latest posts, and on the right side we have the most popular and featured posts. And we will fetch all this data from our database. And here we have a dark mode toggle that we can change our theme. We can choose any category. Let's open up the single post, and here we have the comment section. If we are not logged in, it's gonna show this link. We can log in using our social accounts, and right now I can add a new comment. And as you realize, after the authentication, we have two more links here. We can log out or create a new post, and this page is just like medium.com. If I switch to light mode, you can see the similarity. Let's add a title and description. And the best thing is when you select any text here, you can give some styles. You can make them bigger, you can add any link, or just copy and paste any external content. And here you can add any cover image or video. Let's publish. And it's here. And this app is fully responsive. It's a great project to improve your React and design skills. You will learn server-side and client-side data fetching, advanced queries with MongoDB and Prisma, server-side authentication and API security, pagination, context API, and more. And at the end of the video, we will deploy our application using Hostinger. As you know, it's the hosting sponsor of Lama Dev, and I create different projects using Hostinger every month on this channel. And for this project, I'm gonna choose a VPS hosting because it's a full stack application and we need to run Node.js for the backend server. And you will see how easy to install Node.js apps with just one click. And all of these servers are super fast because they use NVMe SSDs and one of the most powerful AMD processors. Let's choose the most popular one. And if you use the link in the description below and Lama Dev coupon code here, you are gonna get an extra discount. After purchasing, you are ready to set up your server. You can choose any location. We are gonna install a control panel and it's gonna be cloud panel. Let's create a password and finish setup. It's gonna take a while and after that it will be ready to deploy our apps. So if you are ready, let's create our app and deploy it here. Okay, I created here a new folder and inside this folder, let's create our next application. To do that, I'm gonna be using my GitHub repository. If you visit this page, you are gonna see this repository and here we have our starter branch. We are gonna be using this branch because it includes our images here. And I removed all the unnecessary files and styles. So we are gonna write everything from scratch. So let's come back and copy this URL. And I will say git clone single branch. I'm gonna write here my branch name, starter. I will paste my URL, dot, and enter. Okay, they are here. Let's install our libraries. I'm using Yarn, so I will say Yarn. If you are using npm, you can say npm install. And it's gonna install all the necessary libraries, and we can start after that. During this process, let me explain you the structure of the application. We are using Next.js and let's say this is our app directory. And in this directory, we will create the backend API that we can connect to the DB and make CRUD operations. And we will have the front-end part. And here, we will create some pages and reusable components. And when creating them, we should consider the rendering method. Because in Next.js, we can render components on the server side or client side. To decide which one to choose, you can ask yourself these questions. Is SEO important? If the answer is yes, you should use a server-side component because search engines can directly reach to the entire HTML document of the page and index the content easily. Another question is, do I need to keep the resource safe? You may want to access the backend resources directly, or maybe you have some sensitive information to hide from client. In this case, again, choose the server side. But if you need any user interaction, like event listeners, you should use a client-side component. And when you need to use React hooks like useState, useEffect, you should prefer the client side. For example, our homepage, category page, and single post page will be on the server side because we'll fetch the data. And the login page and add new post page will be on the client side because we need some user interaction and we will use many hooks inside them. So let's design our app and after take care of this backend part. Okay, it's ready. Let's start our application. I will say yarn run dev. Okay, it's ready. Let's start. And it's here. So let's give our initial style. If you check the source file, you are gonna see that there is a global CSS here. It's basically the main CSS file that we can use in every pages, every components. So I can define my background color, text color, or link colors here because I'm gonna be using them in the entire application. So let's define our background color first. To do that, I can create variables. I will say root, and let's say background color, and the default color will be white. Because when we visit our website, the default theme will be light theme. Let's define our text color. I will say black, and I'm gonna define two more variables. Soft BG is gonna be this gray color. It's something like white, but a little bit darker. So I will do the same thing for text color. It's gonna be black, but a little bit softer. Like that. Okay, let's select our old document and I want to remove this padding and margin. By default, there is a margin here. So let's say padding 0, margin 0, and box sizing will be border box. And after that, I'm gonna create my body. And I will say 100 VW because I want to prevent any overflowing. To do that, I will say overflow X and hidden. And what about links? Let's see first. I'm going to create here a link. Next.js link, and I will say hello. And as you can see, by default, there is a color and this underline. Let's remove them. I will say color will be inherit. It basically means take this color from the parent and text decoration will be none. And this style is going to apply for all links in our application. As you can see, it's empty right now. Okay. So let's give our background color. I'm not going to give it here because as I said, we are going to toggle between our themes and it's going to apply to our container. To do that, I'm going to open up my layout. Let's close here, by the way. And as you can see, the body is here. Inside, I'm going to create my container. So let's say div, and I'm going to wrap this children. And the class name will be container. And let's come here. And for this container, I'm gonna give minimum height 100 VH and the background color will be our background color. So I'm gonna be using variable and as you can see it's here. Let's use it. And the text color will be again variable and text color. Okay, why it's not here? Let's use it like that. As you can see, background white, color is black. And after that, let's create our layout. So I'm going to create here one more div because I want to give some space for the left and right side, and our design will be responsive. When we shrink our page, we are going to change its size. You are going to understand what I mean by that. Let's say wrapper, like that, and I'm going to come here and say wrapper, and the maximum width will be 1536 pixels, and I'm going to center this. I will say margin left and right auto. As you can see, let's give background color and you can see better. It's centered. And also I want to give here some padding because when we shrink our page, it's gonna get closer to here. And for the mobile screens, it's gonna start from this line. I don't want to do that. I want to give some space. So let's say padding left, 80 pixels, and right. Okay. So let's make this layout responsive. Firstly, let's add here. Where's our page here? I'm gonna add some more texts, maybe even more. And I can add here title, for example. And let's see. Okay. And right now I'm gonna open up my console. And in this point, I'm gonna decrease my wrapper size. So we are gonna have some more space here. And when we shrink more, we are gonna add some more space. And our layout will be responsive all the time. You are gonna understand better right now. I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna choose my first breakpoint. To do that, I will say media screen. And I'm gonna write here my breakpoint, 1536. And when we are on this point, I'm gonna change my wrapper. And max width will be 1366. Let's get back. This is the big screen. If I come here, changes its size. And if I get more, I can do the same thing. Let's create another breakpoint. I'm just gonna duplicate this. And I'm gonna write here another common breakpoint. And in this case, its size will be 1024. Like that. And if we are in the 1024, again, and this time it's gonna be 768 pixels. Those all sizes are really commonly used, so I don't recommend you to change those points. And as you can see, we have more space. But in this case, what I want to do is decreasing those paddings. Remember, it was 80 pixels. But I will say, make them 40 pixels. Okay, and this point, I'm gonna create another breakpoint. Let's remove those paddings, and I'm gonna write it here and change this number. And if we are on this point, it's gonna be 475 pixels. Okay, and this is the mobile screen. It's that easy, guys. When we add our HTML element, you are gonna see how useful to create those layouts. If you write them at the beginning of the application, everything will be much easier for you. Okay, let's close this console and open up our application. I will say localhost 3001, and this is the completed version of our application. And let's see what we are gonna need. This is our home page. So firstly, we are gonna need this Navbar, this featured section, categories component. We have our post list, And on the right side, we have our menu. We are gonna need this pagination component and finally this footer. So let's create our components and use them inside our home page. So I'm gonna come here in the source folder and I will create my components folder. And the first one will be Navbar. And inside, I will say Navbar JSX, and I'm gonna create my function. And to give some style, we are gonna need a file, and it's gonna be Navbar module.css. It's gonna create a unique class name for each individual component. Let's do that. I will say class name, and let's import our styles from Navbar. So I can use it here and say container. Let's copy this and create one more component, footer. I will paste and change my name. And let's create this file. And I will save them. And let's use them in our home page. Right now I don't need them. I can delete and paste here Navbar and footer. Let's import. Okay, they are here. If I open my console, as you can see, this is our main container. And inside we have wrapper and our navbar and footer. Of course, we didn't give any style yet. I will say container, background color red. I will do the same thing for footer, and it's gonna be, let's say, blue. And right now, as you can see, we have different class names. So let's close here and delete our backgrounds. And for this wrapper. Okay, so if we check our application, if I write here any post ID, you are gonna see that we are still using this navbar and footer. So basically we are gonna use those components in all pages. So instead of writing them one by one for each page, I can write it in my layout. Let's remove them and open up layout. And I'm gonna create here my navbar and footer and wrap my children. By the way, you can change your website title and description. It's important for SEO. By the way, there is no object fit for this image. We are gonna change it. But before, let's create our other components. Remember, we have featured items, categories, cart list, and menu, and this pagination. So I'm gonna copy this folder and paste. And let's change them. I'm gonna change them quickly. Okay, we have all our components and let's use them. I'm gonna close everything here and open up my page. Let's give our class name here. It's gonna be container. Firstly, I'm gonna call my featured component. And after that, we are gonna have our category list. And I'm gonna create here a container. Let's say content. And it's gonna include our cart list and this menu. I'm creating another container that because we are going to make this container display flags. And inside I will say cart list and menu. And inside this cart list, I'm going to call my pagination component. And that's all. Let's see. All of them are here. Let's start with this Navbar. We have social icons, logo, and those links. So let's create 3 items. I'm going to open up my Navbar, and inside this container, social, logo, and let's say links. By the way, as you can see, I'm using here a shortcut. It gives me a div with class name and styles. I can directly give here any class name. If you don't know how I'm doing this, you can watch my VS Code extensions video. Basically, I'm creating a new snippet using an extension. Anyway, let's continue. As you can see, we have 4 items, 4 images. Let's create quickly. I'm gonna call Next.js image. Source will be Facebook. And I need to give some width and height. Let's say 24. And I'm gonna duplicate this, and it's gonna be Instagram, TikTok. I don't know why I use TikTok, but and YouTube. Okay, they are here. And let's create our logo. It's gonna be just the text. I will directly paste. And here we have some items, some links. Next.js link. And the first one will be homepage. href, and it's gonna be the home page. And we are gonna have contact, about page, and what else? As you can see, we have toggle button. To do that, I can create one more component. And we are gonna have this login button, but if we are logged in, we are gonna see here another link that we can create new post, and we are gonna create logout button. To do that, we have to listen the user session, and in order to do that, our component should be a client component because we are gonna be using a session hook. I wanna keep my Navbar as a server-side component. So basically, we are gonna need a client-side component just for those authentication links. Let's create our components. First one will be theme toggle. CSS file and JSX file. Let's import our style here. Of course, import styles from this path, and I'm gonna give my class name. And let's copy this and create one more. And I will say auth links. Like that. And the CSS. Okay. So after this about link, I can call my component. And before this homepage link, I can call my toggle, theme toggle. Okay, it's time to give some styles. I'm gonna close everything and open up my Navbar here and CSS here. So let's make this container display flags. So our items will be horizontal. Let's separate them. Firstly, I'm gonna center them vertically and justify content space between. Okay, what about those social icons? Let's copy this and again, display flags, and I'm gonna give a gap between each item, 10 pixels. I can do the same thing for those links here. Display flags, and gap between them will be, let's say 20 pixels. It's gonna be more. And I can give a height for my Navbar, because in our example, as you can see, there is a height, and our items are centered. So I will say height 100. But as you realize, there is something wrong here. In our application, the logo is in the middle of the navbar, but in our project, it's going to the left side. To prevent this, I'm gonna give a width for each item, for this social, logo, and those links. If I do that, they are gonna have exactly the same size, so we can see our logo in the middle. We have social, logo, and links. I'm gonna give exactly the same size. Flex 1, flex 1, flex 1. Basically, we are saying split this Flexbox into 3 pieces and give exactly the same size for each item. If I make this 2, for example, in this case, our social container will be twice smaller than logo. Let's try actually. I will say a color. As you can see, this is 1 unit and this logo container is 2 units. If I make this 1, each item will be exactly the same size. So if I center my text here, let's delete this background and say text align center. As you can see, this is what we want. Okay, let's increase this font size and font weight. 36. Font weight will be bold. Perfect. And for those links, it's gonna be 20 pixels. Okay, right now, instead of this text, I can create my login button. Let's open up our component. And for now, I'm gonna create here a status, a fake status, and it's gonna be not authenticated. It's gonna be temporary. And after creating our authentication functionality, we are gonna take this status from our hook. But for now, let's use it. So I'm gonna come here and create a condition. I'm not gonna need any container or div here. It's gonna be directly our links. And I'm gonna write here my condition. I will say if status equals not authenticated, show here something. If it's not, show something else. So if we are not authenticated, I can show here the login link, login, and if we are authenticated, I'm gonna create another link and it's gonna be right. So if we have a user, we will be able to create any post, and I'm gonna create a span here and it's gonna be our logout button. Of course, we are gonna need some parent. I can directly use fragments. Let's see. As you can see, login button is here. But if we are authenticated, right and logout button. By the way, it's not a link, so I can give here cursor pointer. So I'll say class name, styles, and link. Let's open up quickly our style, and I will just say cursor pointer. Okay, so I'm gonna take this back. We are gonna see our login button, and let's take care of our theme toggle. Firstly, I'm gonna give some style, and I'm gonna create this toggle. Let me zoom in. And after, we are gonna create this functionality. Firstly, we are going to have a container, and inside this container, we are going to have 2 images, this moon and this sun, and I'm going to create this circle div. And when I click on this container, we are going to change its position and its color. Let's do that. Let's close everything and open up toggle and CSS here. And inside this container, let's create our images. Next image, source will be moon.png. Let's give width and height. It's going to be 14 pixels. And it's going to be sun. And between them, I'm going to create another div. And its style will be, let's say, ball or circle, whatever. So let's take care of this container first. I'm gonna give some width and height. Let's say border radius 50%. I will say cursor pointer, and I'm gonna use display flex. My items will be horizontal. Let's zoom in. So let's change its background color. Let's say black. By the way, this radius is too much. Let's make this pixels. And let's center them vertically. Align items center. And I'm going to separate my items using justify content and space between. Okay, so let's create our ball. It's going to be 50 pixels. And border radius will be 50%. And background color, let's say white for now. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is make the position of this ball absolute, because at the beginning it's gonna be on the left, but when I click here it's gonna be on the right. So if I say left 0, for example, it's not gonna be here because its parent is not relative. To prevent this, don't forget to use position relative for the parent. Actually, let's say 1 pixel. Okay, it's much better. And when I click, it's going to be right 1 pixel. So how we are going to implement this dark mode functionality? To do that, we can use React Context API. Let's open up our menu. And inside source folder, I'm going to create context. And inside, let's say team context, JSX, and let's close here and create our context. I will say export const team context, and I'm going to use create context. It comes from React, and right now I can create my context provider. Export const team context provider. If you don't know how to use Context API, don't worry, I'm going to explain. And finally, we are going to wrap this children with our provider, team context.provider, and inside children. Okay, there is a problem. It's not defined because I didn't say const, export const. And let me explain. Basically, we created our team context, and using this context, we are going to store our team state. At the beginning, it's going to be light mode, and using that state, we are going to decide the background color of this application or text color of this application or whatever. So we are going to need that state. And after that, we are going to create an action. When we click on this button, we are going to dispatch that action, and we are going to basically say, check the state. If it's the light mode, make it dark. If it's the dark mode, make it light. So we are going to need two things, our team state and toggle functionality. And we are going to store those items inside our context. And when we wrap our application with this context provider, we will be able to use that team state and toggle functionality in everywhere. So I will say const team set team use state hook, and at the beginning, as I said, it's gonna be the light mode, but there is something important here. When we click here and make it dark mode, and when we refresh the page, it's gonna be light mode again because of this use state. To prevent this, we can store this state in our local storage. Let's open up application. As you can see, it's empty. We can create here a key and value can be light mode. So let's actually create here a function. I'll say const get from storage, local storage. And I'm going to check my value using local storage. And I will say get item and team. And I'm going to return this value. But there is something important here. If we visit this page for the first time, we are not going to have anything inside this storage. It's going to be empty. And I will say in this case, if it's empty, make it light. By the way, we are using useState, and obviously our component will be a client-side component. So I will say use client. And right now I can use this local storage, this function. I will say return get from local storage. Of course, there's a typo here. There is one more bracket. Okay. Why I'm creating here a function? Because remember, Next.js is using server-side rendering by default. Even if you write here use client, at the beginning it's a server-side component, but you are trying to use browser local storage. But in our server, there is no browser. So during this transition, it's going to cause some problem. To prevent this, I'm going to say if type of window is not undefined. We are saying if the transition is completed, if it's the client component, use that local storage. It's a little bit weird when you use Next.js because in React it's much easier, but in Next.js we have some additional steps. We are going to do one more thing after that, you are going to see, but for now let's wrap our application with this provider and use our context. So I'm going to open up my layout, and after this body I will say team provider. It's here, team context provider. Like that. Right now I can use my state everywhere. For example, inside this toggle component, let's open up and let's call our context. I will say const team is going to come from our context. I will say use context hook and team context. And remember, we are using a hook and it should be a client component. But of course, we didn't pass our team yet. Let's open up our context. As you can see, we are wrapping our children, but we are not passing anything. So I'm going to say value, and I'm going to pass here my team. Let's try to use it. I'm going to open up console. And as you can see, this is the light mode. So using this theme, I can change my style, but I want to change the entire background. To do that, I can use this theme context in my layout. But remember, if you do that, you have to use this use context hook. And in this case, it's going to be client component. But I don't want to do that. That's because it's a server component and I'm using this title and description. I want to keep this as a server-side component, so I can come here and create another component. Actually, let's create other folder, and I will say providers, and I'm going to create team provider. And in the future, we are going to create our session provider. This is why I created this folder. I will create my function. I will make it client component. Let's do exactly the same thing. I'm going to copy this and paste here. Let's import them. And using this theme, I want to change my class name here. I will say class name is going to be theme, dark or light. I can use this theme in my global CSS. And at the beginning, remember, we already used the light mode. Background color white, text color black. But if it's the dark, I'm going to change those variables. So let's come here after this link. I will say if it's the dark mode, BG will be this color, text color will be this color, and soft BG. And finally, soft text color. Like that. Of course, not comma, it's going to be semicolon. Okay, Right now I'm going to change my theme, but we don't have our functionality yet. Let's test it using light mode, and I'm going to use this theme provider. Let's open up our layout and wrap our application. And of course it's going to be our children, but we didn't take any. Let's take children and wrap them here. Okay. And as you can see, our background is dark right now. So let's create our functionality. I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a function inside this provider. I will say const toggle set theme, and I will say if theme equals light, it's going to be dark. If it's dark, it's going to be light. And I can send this toggle right now. But remember, we are using local storage. When we change this, we should also change our local storage. To do that, I can use effect hook. And whenever our theme changes, we are going to update our local storage. So I will say set item, our theme. We are going to change its value. So let's use this toggle function in our navbar. I mean in this toggle. I will say toggle. And when I click here on click, I'm going to call this function. Let's click. And perfect. Dark and light. As you can see, it's still light. And if I refresh, it's still dark. And if you are using some other browsers, you might have some problems because, as I said, we are using local storage. If you run into some problems, you can open up your theme provider and create here a use state. And I'm going to check if the component is mounted or not. And using use effect hook, I can make sure my component is a client-side component first. I'm going to set my state. And I can write here a condition. If my component is ready, return these children. Let's close everything and let's change this style. Let's check our application. As you can see, when it's dark, its background is white and this ball is black, and we are changing its position. So I'm going to open up my toggle, and using this theme, I can change its position. So I'm going to come here and give inner style, and I'm going to write here my condition. Let's use theme, and I will say if it's dark, the left position will be 1 pixel and background color will be this dark color. And if it's not, if it's light, this time right will be 1 and background color will be white. So I can do the same thing for my container. Actually, you can directly write here background color, and we can use any variable. And remember, text color is white. Okay, it's something like gray, but I want to make this white. So I don't want to use my CSS. I'm going to give inner style. If it's dark, the background will be white. If it's light, the background will be this color. So I can remove them. Here, this and this left. Okay, it's still dark. If it's dark, background color will be white. If it's not, okay, we changed here. Okay, it's still acting like a server-side component. Of course, inside code, let's actually run this again. Okay, there is no problem. But why it's not white? Oh, because I forgot changing my global CSS. It's gonna be dark mode. Okay, perfect. When I click, it's gonna be dark. By the way, those are not vertically centered. Let's open up our Navbar. Align item center, but inside links we don't have. Okay, awesome. So what about responsive design? So I'm gonna open up my console. And for the large page, we don't have any problem. And for here, and for this point, I can decrease my font size. Let's do that. Let's close everything and open up Navbar. And I'm gonna write my media query. Maximum size will be 1280. And for logo, font size will be 32 pixels. It was 36. And for those links, it was 20. In this case, it's gonna be 18 pixels. And I'm gonna decrease the gap between them. It's gonna be 15. Okay, and when it's 1024, I'm gonna delete those icons. Let's duplicate this. 1024 pixels. I will say social, and I'm gonna remove this. Display none. And for the logo, it was centered, remember. Text align will be left. And when it's smaller, in this point, I can decrease this size a little bit more. Let's say 24 pixels. And when it comes to mobile screen, I'm gonna remove these links. Instead, I'm gonna create here a mobile menu. And when I click on that menu, it's gonna open up here a container and we will be able to see our links. To do that, actually, I can use these auth links. Remember, we have another component here. I can use it because we are gonna be using on-click event and we cannot do this in server-side component. So I can directly use that component. But before, I will say, if it's mobile screen, remove those links. But if I say that, it's gonna remove our auth component also. So instead of links, I will say link. And I'm gonna give class name for those links. Styles.link. Okay, right now I can create here a button. Let's open up our component here. And I'm gonna create here a use state. I'll say const open, set open, use state hook. At the beginning, it's gonna be closed. So I will say false. Of course, it's gonna be use client. And here I'm gonna create a button. Let's say div burger. Let's create 3 lines inside. Basically, instead of using any image, I'm gonna create my own menu. Let's come here. And I will say burger menu. It's gonna be width 20 pixels, height 16 pixels. I can use display flags, but reaction will be different. It's gonna be a column. And if I say just 5 content space between, it's gonna separate them. Let's create our lines and you can see better. 100%, height will be just 2 pixels and the background color will be text color. Oops, I said lines, it's gonna be line. Okay, it's still white. Text color. Let's open up global CSS. Actually, let's create For light mode also, and copy this. Oh, there's a comma here. That was the problem. But anyway, it can stay. And let's see. Okay, perfect. Let's give cursor pointer. And when I click on this button, by the way, I gave cursor pointer here. It's going to be in the parent. And when I click here, I'm going to show another container. Let's write here a condition, and I will say if it's open, let's create here a div. I'm going to close my menu, and let's say responsive menu. I'm going to create my links. Again, home page and others. And I can do exactly the same thing here. I will copy this and paste like that. And let's write here our on-click event. I will say set open. It's going to be the opposite. And they are here. So let's give our style. At the beginning, it's going to be display none. We are not going to see that. Let's say display none. I can delete this. And if it's for the mobile screens, it can show up. Let's create media query. It's going to be display flex. Like that. And I can delete those items. For login and these. And when it's the small screen, they are going to be display none. And I can move them here. In my navbar, I'm going to say links, justify content, flex and like that. And finally, this responsive container, what was the name? Responsive menu. Let's actually create this here. And I will say position absolute because it's going to contain all our screen. Top will be 100 pixels. Because our navbar is 100 pixels, it's going to start from here. And I will say left 0. Background color is going to be BG. And I'm going to give height. I will use calculate method, that because it's going to be full screen. But remember, our navbar is 100 pixels. Don't forget to give here a space. And width will be 100%. Okay, let's center them here. I'll say display flags. Flags direction will be column, align item center, justify content center, and gap between each item will be, let's say 50. And font size will be bigger. Let's open up, and perfect. Okay. So let's take care of featured. Let me zoom out. As you can see, we have a huge title here, and after we have an image and post details. Let's create them. I will close everything and open up featured. Quickly, I'm going to create my title. Styles.title. And this part of the title will be bold. Hey, Lama Dev here. And after that, let's create a post. It's going to have an image container and text container. Inside this container, we are going to have an image I'm gonna give my source, and I will say fill. So it's gonna fill this container. In this case, remember, we have to make this position relative. And inside this text container, we have title, this description, and a button. Read more. Let's give class name. Post description and button. Okay, let's open up our CSS file here. Firstly, I'm gonna give here a margin top. I'm gonna separate my navbar and this container. As you can see, we don't have any width and height for this container, image container. We are gonna handle that. But before, let's give this font size. It's really big. For post, again, margin top, I will say display flags because they are horizontal. Align item center, and gap between this image container and text container will be 50 pixels. Let's give size for the image container. So basically I can give again flex 1, so they can be equal. And after I'm gonna give here height, and position will be relative. Okay, and for this image, I will just give object width, it's gonna be cover. And for the text container, I can give some space between my items. To do that, I'm gonna be using column flags and gap between them 20. Let's increase this size. Font size 40 pixels. Like that. And for this description, let's say 20, and font weight will be a little bit smaller. And the color will be, let's say, soft text color. Okay, and finally for this button, I'm gonna give some padding from top and bottom, left and right. I'm gonna delete the border, it's gonna be none, and finally border radius, let's say 5 pixels. As you can see, it's too big. So let's say width, maximum content. By the way, why it's bold? It should be only this one. Okay, let's give class name. So I can come here and say font weight 300. Okay, so it was already bold. So I decreased this weight. In this case, we don't need this class name. And after that, we can create our category lists. Let's make this light. And inside, we are going to have a title. And after that, we are going to create a container that contains every individual category. Let's close them and open up category component. H1 tag, this title. And after, I will say categories and category inside. Let's give class name for this. It's going to be title. And inside each category, we are going to have an image and this text. And when we click here, it's going to open up the blog page. So let's create a link. And inside, I will say image. And after this image, we are going to have the category name. Let's say style. I'm going to give my source here, style.png, 32, height, and I will say class name. Okay, let's give our link. It's gonna be the blog page, and we are gonna give here any category name. It's gonna be style. Okay, and as you realize, each category has different background color, so I can specify them using their titles. So I can add here one more class name. I'm gonna cut this. Actually, I can delete this div. We already have our container, this link. So I will say class name. I'm gonna be using backtick, and it's gonna be category and also style, the name of the category. So I'm gonna do the same thing for others. Let me actually copy and paste them. There is nothing different here. Like that, as you can see, coding, culture, travel, and whatever. Let's see. I will make this light mode. As you can see, they are here. Right now we can give our style. Firstly, I'm gonna give here a space. They are too close. I'm gonna open up my CSS here. And I'm gonna give here a margin. Actually, I can give it for this title because there is a space here also. So I can give both for the top and bottom. So I will say title, margin 50 pixels and 0 from left and right. And for the categories, I will say display flags. Flags will be wrap. And I will say justify content space between. And 20 pixels gap. Okay, what about each category? I'm gonna center them. Display flags, align item center. Let's give gap. Perfect. And I'm gonna capitalize the first letter of the category text. To do that, I will say text transform, capitalize. Okay, and what about those images? I will just give border radius, it's gonna be circle. Perfect. For the category, I can give different background colors. To do that, I will say category, and remember, we have additional style here, we can use it. And the background color will be this color. Let's give some padding here. Actually, I can directly give a width and height. It's gonna be 50%. Height will be 80 pixels. And I'm gonna center everything. Justify content center. Like that. Let's give border radius here. 10 pixels. Okay, so let's do the same thing for others. I'm gonna give different colors. I will copy and paste them. There is nothing complex here. I'm just giving different backgrounds. And awesome. And when I shrink the page, we are gonna give responsive design. And it's gonna look better. There is a problem because we gave here percentage. That's why it looks weird. And also, I didn't give any responsive design for this site. Let's do that. I forgot. I'm gonna open up my featured CSS. And firstly, I'm gonna decrease this font size. I will say media query. I'm gonna give my breakpoint. It's gonna affect my title, and font size will be 72. Like that. And when I shrink more, I can decrease again. It's gonna be 64. What about this post? I can actually delete this image. Let's say display none. And if it's smaller, I can decrease this size more. 46. And finally, for the mobile screen, it's gonna be a little bit smaller, 36. Here will be 48, here will be 36. Okay, perfect. For those categories, if it's in this size, width will be 20%. Let's do that. This size, I'm gonna say single category. It was 15, but this time it's gonna be 20%. Perfect. And if it's smaller, it's gonna be 25. Awesome. And when it's smaller, we are gonna see only 2 items here. Let's say 45. Perfect. And finally, for the small screen, it's gonna be 100%. So we can see only 1 item per line. Perfect. It's that easy. Okay. Right now we can take care of this content. Remember, in the home page, we have created a container and it contains this cart list and this menu. Basically, it's going to be display flags. Let's do that. I'm going to close here and everything here. And let's open up our home page here. Okay, we have class name. And I will say content, display flags, and gap between items will be 50. That's all. Like that. So let's give some size for them. In our example, as you can see, this site is bigger than this site. So I'm gonna give flags, and this container will be flags 5, and this container will be flags 2. So it's gonna be 2.5 bigger than this menu. So let's open up cart list and container. I will say flags 5, and for the menu, it's gonna be flags 2. Like that. Okay, so let's take care of this cart list. Again, we are gonna have title, some space here, and after that we are gonna have carts container, which contains every individual cart. They have an image container, text container, and those items. It's gonna be really easy. Let's come here. Okay, this is the home page. I'm gonna open up cart list. Let's close this menu. And I will say h1 tag, this title, quickly give class name, styles, and title. And after that, we are gonna have our posts, and inside a single post. And again, image container, text container. Inside this image container, we are gonna have our image. I should create snippet for this image also, I think. Let's give our temporary data here. And I will say fill. Actually, we can create different component for single post. It's gonna be easier. Let's open up components and I will say cart. JSX and module. Let's import this here. And write it here. Okay, let's take those And I'm gonna remove this like that. Let's import image. And I'm gonna call my cart here. Actually, I can call multiple times like that. Okay, we are gonna need image container size. But before, let's create our texts. We have some details here, which includes date and category, and after title, description, and this link. So let's say detail is gonna have a span, let's say any date, and category. I'm gonna give class name. And for this one, it's gonna be date. And after this div, I can create my h1 tag. It's gonna be my title. Let's copy here. A p tag. And this link. Actually, I can give link for this h1 also. When we click here, we can visit our single blog page. Let's see. Of course, we can't see because of this image. Let's give our style first. Firstly, I will say margin bottom. I will say display flags. Gap between image container and text container will be 50 pixels. And I will say align item center. Let's create our image container. After we can see our component, I will say flags1. And for the text container, I will do the same thing. So they are gonna be equal. I will give any height here, semicolon and height, and I will say position relative. Right now we can see it. Okay, but we don't have any space here. Let's open up our cart list. Here, for the title, remember what we are doing, margin 50 and 0. Okay, awesome. I will give object fit for this image. Did I give class name or not? Okay, I didn't. Styles.image. Cover. Okay. And for the text container, I'm gonna make them vertical, flags direction column, and gap between them 30 pixels. And for this date, I'm gonna change the color. And for this category, and between them, I will give a dash. Let's actually give it here, like that. For this date, color will be gray. And for the category, color will be this red color, and font weight will be a little bit thicker. And for the description, I'm gonna increase font size and decrease font weight. Description, font size 18 pixels, and font weight will be 300. And color will be soft text color. Okay, it's not here because I didn't give any class name. Styles.description. Let's do the same thing for this link. Let's see first. As you can see, it's much better. If I open up the dark mode, it's gonna be much softer. For this link, I'm gonna give some border bottom. It's gonna be 1 pixel, solid, and our red color. As you can see, its size is full. To get rid of this, remember what we are doing with maximum content. And I will give some padding. between top and bottom. And awesome. So what about this menu? And we are going to have three main sections: this popular posts, categories, and editor's pick. This and this component will be similar, so it's going to be easy to create. So let's start with this subtitle and this title. I will say h2 tag. I'm going to copy and paste. If you have this problem, you can basically use curly brackets and a quote. I will say h1, most popular. And finally, I can create my div. I will say items and a single item. Actually, let's make this link so we can click and visit the post. For now, it can stay like that, link. And inside, we are going to have some texts, but in this side, as you can see, we have an image also. Since we are using exactly the same item, let's actually start with this one. And when we create this one, we are just going to remove this image. So I'm going to create image container and text container. And inside text container, we are going to have category, title, and those details. Image container, text container. Inside this, we are going to have an image. I'm going to use exactly the same image. And I will say fill. I'm going to give class name because remember, we are going to need object fit. I didn't import. Let's import. And inside text, I will say span. Let's say travel. And again, remember, we are going to have two class names because we are going to have different background colors. So I will say category, of course, inside backtick, and one more, and it's going to be travel. And after this span, let's create another h tag. I'll just create random text. Of course, it's going to be shorter. And after that, some details. Let's say detail. And inside we are going to have two spans. First one will be username. Let's say John Doe. And the second one will be the date. Let's give class names. And that's all. Let's give our style. And after we can create different items. I will say, let's actually give class name here. Subtitle. Like that. Okay. I will say color will be gray. Font size will be 16. And font weight will be 400. Now for this one, it's going to be smaller. And as you can see, we don't have any space here. Let's give. And what about this item? We are going to take care of these items, but before, let's create the first one. After giving style and creating other items, we can take care of this. So I will say display flags, align item center, and gap between them. And for image container, flags will be 1. And for the text container, flags will be 4. By the way, where is our image? Oh, okay, it's here, of course. I didn't give position relative. And we cannot see it that because we don't have any height. You can give here any custom height, but I'm going to use here aspect ratio, and it's going to be 1:1. The height and width will be exactly the same size. In the previous video, I showed some awesome CSS tips and tricks. It's a really short video. I highly recommend to watch it. There are some tricks just like this. Let's see. Okay, perfect. And I can make this circle and add here a border. Let's say image, border radius, and border will be 3 pixels, solid and light gray. And of course, don't forget object width. Okay, I forgot class name, I think. Oh. Okay, so let's take care of those texts, and after we can create some more. Firstly, I'm gonna make this vertical, display flags, flags direction, and gap. And after that, I can use my title description. Did I give any class name? Okay, I didn't. Of course, we have title here, so I'm gonna say post title. Font size will be 18, and font weight will be bigger. And finally, I will say color is gonna be our variable soft text color. And after that, for the detail, I can decrease this font size. It's gonna be 12. For this date, by the way, I can give here a dash as we did before, and its color will be gray. Okay, so what about this category? Again, we are gonna have different colors, but before, let's take care of the main container. Remember, its class name is category. I'll write it here. It's before title. I will say padding from top and bottom 3, left and right 8. I will give some border radius 10 pixels. Font size will be small and the color will be white. Okay, we can't see because we don't have any background. Let's take this category and travel. Background color will be this orange color. Okay, as you can see, again, its size is too high. It's gonna be maximum content. Right now I can create some others. Let's see how many. Okay, we have 4. I will take this link. 2, 3, 4. Let's actually give some other categories. I will say culture. Let's say food and fashion. So I'm gonna copy and paste my colors like that. And perfect. So let's give space between them. To do that, I'm gonna use the container. Remember, we have our items here. I will say flex direction column. Gap between each item will be 35 pixels. Perfect. And also I can give space between here and here for top and bottom. Margin top 35 pixels and bottom will be a little bit more. Okay, so let's create another item. I mean this container. Actually, I can duplicate all of them. And I'm gonna change this subtitle and title. Okay, we already used them. Let's change here the second one. We don't need this. And this main title. Okay, so let's get rid of those images. Let's see. Okay, perfect. And between them, I'm going to create another container, and it's going to be our categories. Again, title, subtitle, and our categories container, and it's going to include different categories. So I'm going to come here. I will duplicate this. It's going to be discover by topic, categories, and after that, let's create our category list. And I'm going to be using link, so we can click and open up the blog page just like this. I can give here any category name, and I will say style. And again, class name, styles, category item, and one more, the category name. So let's create more. I will duplicate. Actually, I can directly copy paste. There is nothing important here. We have other items and their class names. Of course, it's a huge component. You can split them. Let's actually do that. I will say menu posts. Like that. And I can take here any props that we can fetch data. And also we can add here with image or not. Let's actually add this here. And I will come here and copy these items. I will cut and paste here. Let's import link and image. Of course, we don't have any image, so I can actually copy the other one. Like that. And I can write here condition. If it's with image. Let's do the same thing for others. Okay. Right now I can use this component here. And I will say with image, true, and this one. And it's going to be false. As you can see, it's exactly the same. Of course, I can take this style and paste inside my component style. Where is our menu post here? Like that. Okay, nothing has changed. Perfect. Oops, it's not ours. Okay, there's a problem because we don't have styles. Menu posts, import styles from menu post module CSS posts. Okay, perfect. It works as you expected. So you can do the same thing for those category lists. I will copy here. Actually, I will cut and create new component, menu categories. and I will paste it here. Let's import the link. And finally, I can create my CSS file. Let's copy this and paste here. Okay. So I can close here. We have only titles. And I can use this module. Let's see. We are gonna do exactly the same thing as we did here. Remember, different colors. So firstly, I'll say category item. Actually, let's start with this list. Firstly, I will give my margin 35 and 60. And it's gonna be display flex. Flex will be wrap. So when we shrink the page, our items will be spread to other lines and gap will be 20. And for each item, I'm gonna give some padding from top and bottom, left and right. I will give border radius and font size will be 14. Of course, we didn't call our component. Let's call menu categories. Perfect. And let's give our colors here. I will drag the paste. And perfect. It's that easy. Let's open up this dark mode. It looks really nice. And what else? Let's create those buttons. If you remember, we have a component for those buttons. I will create here 2 individual button. Styles.button. Another one. And the first one will be previous page. And the second one will be next page. Oh, what's this third one? Let's remove and let's give style. I will just say display flags and I'm gonna separate them using justify content and space between. And I'm gonna make them red and give some padding. A 100 pixels. I'm gonna delete the border. Let's give our padding and background color. Text color will be white. And cursor will be pointer. That's all. And finally, let's take care of this footer. We have 2 sections, left and right side. And it includes this div, logo and title, any description here, and social icons. And for the right side, we are going to have items, and each item includes a title and some links. Let's do that. I'm going to close them and open up my footer. The first one will be information, and the second one will be links. And inside, we are going to have logo container, which includes our logo. Let's say logo.png. I'm going to give some width and height. It's going to be 50. So I don't have to create any container, image container. And after I will say h1 tag and llama block. Let's say logo text. And after this div, we are going to have this text. Let's create a p tag and paste here. And its class name will be description. And finally, icons. (18 pixels) and others. Finally, this site, I'm gonna create a list. And it's gonna have a title, let's say links, and after different links here, home page, 3 more, and I'm gonna give class name for this link because its weight will be a little bit different. Let's say list title. And finally, I'm gonna duplicate this. It's gonna be tags and social. Okay, let's see. We are ready to give our style. Let's open up here. Firstly, I'm gonna give some margin top. And I will say display flags, justify content, space between. And color will be soft text color. Okay, there is no space here. Let's give some padding, 20 to 0. And after that, let's start with this info. Actually, I will give flags 1. And what was the other one? Links. And again, display flags, flags direction column, and gap between each item will be 14 pixels. Like this. And for this logo container, I'm gonna give some gap. For the logo text, font size will be bigger. Okay, and for the description, I can decrease font weight. It's gonna be lighter. And finally, those icons. I will give some space. By the way, I can give some margin here, maybe. Let's say 10, and after gap. Okay. And what about here? Let's check our example. As you can see, it starts from here. So I will say display flags, justify content, flags, and for each list, it's gonna be vertical. Gap will be 10 and font weight 300. Okay, let's give some space between them. Like that. And for those titles, remember, we have list title. I will just say font weight bold. Perfect. And again, I forgot responsive design for this part. Let's take care of this footer first, and after we can take care of here. We are just gonna remove this menu, and I will say if it's smaller than 1024, I'm gonna decrease this space. By the way, they are not vertically centered. Display flags, align item center. And let's create our media query. 1024. And for links, gap will be, let's say, 50. Oops, I forgot writing and perfect. And if it's smaller, as you can see, this space is not enough anymore. In this case, I'm gonna make this container flags direction column. Let's duplicate. For the container, flags direction column, and gap between items will be 30. And I can separate those items just 5 content space between. Okay, it's not 100%. Okay, perfect. Maybe I can increase here. Let's say 50. And if it's even smaller, I'm just gonna decrease this size, font size. Let's remove here. Okay, and what about here? Let's shrink. Okay, there is no problem. And if it's small, firstly, I'm gonna delete this image. Let's open up cart module. $12.80, and image container will be display none. Okay, and if it's smaller, I'm gonna delete this menu. I will copy this and open up my menu module. If it's 1024, container will be display none. Perfect, we have only our items. Awesome. It looks really nice. So we finished our home page. So let's take care of our category page. It's really easy. We are not gonna do anything different. Let's see. We have again our cart list, this menu. We are just gonna add this title. That's all. So let's create our page. I will close everything here. And inside app directory, I'm gonna create my page, and it's gonna be blog page. Blog page or category page, whatever you say. I will say blog page module CSS. Okay, I will just add here a title, style block. This title is gonna change according to our search query. For example, category will be sport, and it's gonna be sport, and this color will be different. Let's give class name. And after that, remember our home page. I will create here a content div, and inside I'm gonna add my cart list and menu. We are gonna take our search parameter and pass it to our cart list. And it's gonna take that parameter and make a fetch request and show all these items. So I'm just gonna make this content display flex, and I'm gonna add a style for this title. That's all. Let's open up. I said container is gonna be styles. Okay. As you can see, they are not horizontal. Actually, we don't even need this container. I will just say title and content. And it's gonna be display flex. Gap will be 50. For this title, background color will be, let's say, coral. Color will be white. I'm gonna give some padding from top and bottom, left and right, and text align will be center. Oops, center. And that's all. This is how easy to create websites using reusable components. And what about single page? When I click here, it's going to open up any page here, and it's going to show our single post. Of course, we don't have our page. Let's create inside app directory. Remember how we are doing this. I will say square brackets, and inside you can write post ID, post slug, whatever you want, but I'm gonna use slug because it's important for SEO. Instead of writing here any random post number, we are gonna show our title. And using this title, we are gonna fetch our data. Let's create our page. Single page. Let's create module. I will copy this. I'll say container. And here. And call this style here. Okay. As you can see, it's here. By the way, I'm changing this dark and light mode all the time. I hope you are not watching this at night. I'm so sorry. Actually, let's make this dark. And let's open up any Slack here. And as you can see, we are going to have our title, user information, and image. And again, we are going to create content div, and we are going to add another section here, but this site will be again our menu. Let's do that. Actually, let's close everything here and open up. So let's remove this and create another container. I will say info container. And after we are going to have the content, which includes our post and menu. Remember, it's flex 2. It's going to be flex 5. So let's start with this info container. We are going to have text container, image container, and text container includes this title and user div. Image container. I will say fill, and I will give class name so I can apply object fit. And inside here, let's create title and user div. And again, another image here. Let's move this here. Actually, let's give our example. And user text container. And we are going to have here our username and date. Okay. Let's separate our container and give here a width and height so we can see our image. I will move this here, and I will say info container. Align item center, and gap between image and text will be 50 pixels. I will say text container, flex 1, and image container, flex 1. And I'm going to give here height, and position will be relative. Let's give quickly object fit. Okay, it's still here. Now, that's because of this image container. Below text container, I will just give 50 pixels. And right now, I will increase this title size and give some margin here. Let's say 64, margin bottom, but I didn't give class name. Okay. For this user, it's going to be display flex. And for this information, it's going to be display flex again, but flex direction column. And inside this image container, we have our image, let's say avatar, and change this class name. And I will say border radius 50%. And of course, object fit. For this text container, display flags, flags direction column, gap between items will be 5 pixels, and color will be soft, let's say var soft text color. Okay, maybe let's increase this size and weight. And perfect. Right now I can create my description and this comment section. Actually, we can create here another component for those comments. But before, let's separate them, that content and this menu. Remember, we have content here, display flags, gap, and that's all. And after that, inside this post, I'm gonna create my description. Let's just create some random text. Actually, I can create more p tag. So basic div, I'm gonna need another div, and it's gonna be description. And inside this div, I can create my content, my texts, headers, or whatever. It's too small. Okay. As you can see, I forgot giving flags for my content for this post. Flags will be 5 because its flags is 2, and I can give some margin top, 60 pixels. I want to increase this font size, it's too small. Description and p tag inside, I will say font size 20 pixels and font weight will be 300. And I can give margin between p tags. And finally, our comments. To do that, I'm gonna create new component, but before, let's take care of this responsive design. Actually, we can do it after comments section. I'm gonna close them. Inside components, comments, styles from commands module CSS. Okay, let's call it in our single page. After this div, I will say comment, and inside this div, I can call my component. And let's come back here and let's see what we are gonna need. Firstly, we are gonna need this title. After that, we are going to create a div which includes this input and button, but be careful, if we are not logged in, we are not supposed to see this container. So again, I'm going to write a fake status, and using that status, I'm going to write a condition. And after that, we are going to write our comments. We are going to have a list and each individual comment. Let's create this title first. And let's create here status authenticated, and I will write my condition status equals authenticated. Show here a container. If it's not, let's call here a link, and I will say login to write a comment, href, and login page. And here I'm going to create a div, let's say write, and inside, by the way, let's import this. Actually, let's create a text area. I will delete those. I will give a placeholder, write a comment. And class name will be, let's say, input. Let's make this self-closed. And after that, a button, send. Okay, and after that, let's create comments list. I'll say comments and a single comment. And inside this, we are going to have our user div. It's exactly the same. And description. So let's create user, which has an image and user information. I'm going to give my class names, and let's give our source. Width and height is going to be 50 pixels. Finally, after this user, I will just create my description. And let's give a style, and after we can create other comments. I will take this here. And firstly, let's give here margin top. And after title, this title. I'm going to change its color. It's going to be soft color. Margin bottom, 30 pixels. Like that. And for this div, remember, right. Display flags, align item center, justify content, space between. And for the input, padding 20 with 100%. Perfect. And for this button, I'm going to give some padding, border radius, color will be white, background will be this green color. Padding, background color will be teal, text color will be white, it's going to be bold. I'm going to delete the border, and border radius will be 5 pixels. Let's say cursor pointer. Awesome. And what about this user? Actually, we did this before. I'm just going to write quickly. Display flags, align item center, gap between image and text, and I will say margin bottom because I want to give space here. And for this image, I'm going to make it circle and object fit. What about this user info? It's going to be vertical, remember. Let's give gap between them. And color will be soft. And for the username, font weight will be bigger. Where is our username? Here. Font weight 500. And for date. So what about this description? I'm going to increase the font size and decrease the font weight, like that. And there is no space here. Let's give. After this right container, remember, we have comments and comment. This is our main div, the parent div. I will say 50, and for each comment, again, margin bottom. If you want to, you can use display flags, flag extraction, but I directly gave margin bottom. Oops. Of course, top, not bottom. Okay, Let's create other comments for the design purpose, and let's see. It looks pretty nice. So what about responsive design? As you can see, there is no problem here. But actually, I can decrease this size. At the very beginning, there is no problem, but after the first breakpoint, it's still too big. Let's actually open our page style here. Single page and comments. Okay. Let's quickly create media screen. The biggest screen is going to affect our title, and font size will be 54. Okay. And when it's smaller, it's going to be much smaller. Other breakpoint, let's say 48. And for other one, let's see first. Actually, for other one, I can directly remove this image. So I'll say image container and display none. Like that. Perfect. And for here, I can decrease a little bit more. And this is too big also. So let's say title, font size 36, and description 18. Okay, it's still big. Okay, it's description. And of course, p tag. Okay, perfect. And for the comments, as you can see, there is no problem. I don't have to change anything. It looks really nice. Okay. So what about this login page? As you can see, it's acting like it's a single page because we didn't create our login page. Let's close them. Inside app directory, I will say login page, JSX, I will say login page, and module. Styles from this login page. Okay. Firstly, I'm going to create another div. It's going to be wrapper. Basically, it's going to be a small box that I will center inside this container. And inside, I'm going to just create 3 divs. And let's say social button. It's going to be Google, GitHub, and what else it can be? Let's say Facebook. And let's give different class names, or we can directly use first child, second and third child, doesn't matter. Let's do it like that. So let's come here and I will say display flags, align item center, justify content center. So our box will be centered. Let's give margin here. Okay. And for the wrapper, I'm going to give a background color. Let's say soft color, soft BG, like that. Of course, we don't have any padding and we can't see it. Let's give 100. And for each item, I'm going to give some gap. Maybe I can increase this padding and give more space for left and right. Okay, and border radius. Let's say 10 pixels. So what about those items? Social button. I will give padding. Border radius will be 5 pixels. Border none. And background color. Actually, I'm gonna give different background color for each one. Let's say color white. And font weight will be bold. And we can click on them. And for the first item, first child, it's gonna be Google button. So background color will be something orange. Let's try this one. Okay, awesome. By the way, I can center my items. Justify content center. Okay, perfect. For this one, it can be black maybe. So actually, let's use and child. It's gonna be second child. And I will say black. Okay, there is too much space. I'm gonna decrease it, but for now it can stay. I will say Facebook. I mean the third child. Or you can directly use last child. Okay, maybe I can soften this. And okay, it's gonna be, let's say 50. Okay, it looks nice. There is nothing fancy. Let's check the responsiveness. As you can see, the padding is too much. For this point, I can decrease. Media query. Our breakpoint. And wrapper will be. What was our padding? Okay, maybe 50 and 100. Perfect. And if I get more, maybe I can decrease this font size and this padding again. So if it's 640, padding will be, let's say 30 pixels. Like that. And I can decrease this font weight and font size. Okay, perfect. And we have one more page to create. If we are logged in, let's open up our authentication link component. And it's gonna be authenticated. And as you can see, there's a right page. So let's create this page. Inside app directory, I will say right. Module.css. By the way, we are creating page, not component. Be careful here. It has to be page. And let's call our style. Module.css. Actually, let's say right page. So it will be easier to find. Okay. So let's see what we have here. As you can see, it's just like medium.com. We have an input here that we can add our title and we can write our text here. And the best thing is we can select any text here. And as you can see, we have some options. We can make it bold. We can add here any link. I will enter. As you can see, it's here. Or I can make it bigger. I can add here any code. And here we have a button that we can add any image, external image, or a video. Everything is minimal, everything is pretty clean. And we have a button here that we can publish our post. So let's create this. Inside my container, I will create my input. After that, we are going to have a container that contains this button and this text editor. Let's do that. I will come here and say input. I will give placeholder and it's going to be title. Let's create our editor. We are going to have a button here. Class name will be button. And inside I'm going to have an image. Basically it's going to be this plus image. And after we are going to create one more container that contains those green buttons, and each button has different images inside. Okay. I will say plus PNG. Let's give size. By the way, let's import this. And before creating other buttons, I'm going to create here a use state that because we are not going to see this container at the beginning, we are going to open that container only when we click here. We can open or close. Const open set open use state, and it's going to be false. And I will say if it's open, create here a div, and it's going to be, let's say, add. And inside this, we are going to have 3 buttons. I will say image, external, and video. Let's change their class names. I will say add button because they are going to be green. And after that, finally, we can create our text area. But we are not going to use directly HTML text area. By the way, we are going to make this component a client-side component. And to create this editor to give all these HTML elements, we are going to need a library. It's a great library. Let's open up our terminal. And I will say yarn add React Quill. Okay. Let's make this use client. I'm going to add here my library and its CSS file. It's inside our library, but we have to import this. Otherwise, we cannot see its style. And let's use it. After this, I'll say React Quill. I'm going to give here a theme name, and it's going to be bubble. And when we change our text, we should set it somewhere. So I'm going to create one more state, and it's going to be value. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty string. And when we change our text, we are going to update this state. Firstly, let's say value equals value. And on change event will be changing our state. I can give any placeholder here. Tell your story. Let's see. Our text editor is here, but we cannot see it. If you come here and inspect your HTML element, you are going to see that our editor is inside quell container and editor. So basically we can open our global CSS and edit any of these classes. Let's open up global CSS. And I will say quell container. Firstly, I'm going to increase its size. And finally, I'm going to change the color of placeholder. To do that, I'm going to say quell and inside container, quell editor, quell blank. Again, I'm not memorizing anything. I'm just inspecting and finding what I need. So don't worry about here. And I'll say before, and I'm going to change its color. It's going to be this gray color, just like this. but we couldn't apply here. Let's make this important and perfect. Awesome, it works. So let's give a style for others. Firstly, when I click here, I'm going to open up my div. Let's close here, and I will say on click event, and set open will be the opposite of open. Just like this. Okay, we are ready to give style. Let me make this bigger. Firstly, I'm gonna make this editor display flags. Gap between that button and our editor will be 20 pixels, and let's give a height. Okay, it looks weird, but we are gonna handle that. We don't have any width right now. Let's give a style for our editor here. I'll say class name styles dot, let's say text area. I can give additional class name, and I will say 100%. Okay, so what about this button? We have a button and add button. Their style will be same, but for those buttons, additionally, I'm gonna give a color. So let's come here and say button, add button. I'm gonna give a size. It's gonna be a circle. Let's delete those background colors, transparent. I'm gonna give border, and it's gonna be 1 pixel, solid, and text color. Let's enter our images. Just like this. Of course, we can click here, so I'll say cursor pointer. And for those buttons, border color will be this green color. Just like this. Let's give a style for them. I will say display flags, and gap between items will be 20 pixels. I'm gonna give background color. It's gonna be BG, and its position will be absolute because it's gonna be over our editor. And as you can see, our text is over this div. To prevent this, I'm gonna give Z index, and let's give width. And I'm gonna give left. It's not showing up somewhere here because we didn't give position relative for the parent. And perfect. So what about this input? Did I give class name or not? Okay, let's give styles.input. I will give a really big padding, and font size will be 64 pixels. I'm gonna delete the border and outline, and the background color will be transparent. Just like this. So let's change this placeholder. It's gonna be exactly the same color. So I will say input placeholder. Color will be our gray color. And finally, I can create here a button that we can submit our post. I will say publish, and class name will be styles.publish. Let's write it here. Again, it's gonna be absolute positioning. I will say top 30, right 20. Let's give some padding from top and bottom, left and right. And I'm gonna delete the border like that. Let's give a background color. And the text color will be white. And finally, cursor pointer. Okay, I can give border radius. Okay, perfect. Right now we have our pages and components, and we are ready to communicate with the backend API. Our API will be connected to MongoDB. To do that, we are gonna use Prisma ORM. It allows us to create our database schema and make CRUD operations. And the best thing is you can use any database provider like Postgres, MySQL, or whatever you want. Because thanks to Prisma, the syntax is independent of any database. We will send an API request, and the API route is gonna take the request and pass it to Prisma. And it's gonna make the database query, let's say find a post by ID, and it will get the result and send it to our API, and we will get the response. Let's see which tables we are gonna use for this database. I'm gonna paste my schema. As you can see, we will have a user table, and a user can have multiple posts and comments. And in the same way, a post can have multiple comments, but each post has only one category. Of course, you can change here. You can make the relation many to many. So let's create our API route and complete the database connection. Right now, our design is ready. Let's create our API and fetch all this data and add new data using this component. But before that, we should handle our authentication. If we are not authenticated, we won't be able to see this page. Okay, I'm gonna come here and close everything. And let me explain what we are gonna do. So I'm gonna open up the official website of Auth.js and let's get started. I'm gonna choose OAuth authentication. And here, firstly, we are gonna install our library. I'm gonna open up my terminal, yarn add next auth. And after that, in the API folder, we are gonna create this auth folder, and after we are gonna create our route. But this page was prepared for Next.js pages, but we are using app router. So instead of this file, we are gonna create one more folder, and after we will create our route file. Let's open up app folder, and I'm gonna create my API. And inside, I'll say auth. One more folder is gonna be next auth. Why we are using it like that? Because we don't have to create all of these endpoints one by one. We are just creating our next auth endpoint just like this, and it handles all these sub endpoints. And inside this folder, let's create our API route. And inside, as you can see, we are going to create our next auth function, and we will add all the providers that we are going to use. In our example, we will use GitHub provider and Google provider. Let's paste this here. And I'm going to add one more, and it's going to be Google provider. Let's import that. Okay, of course you can write all your options here, but I prefer creating another file. Let's open up our utilities. Okay, we didn't create. Let's create. And inside I will say auth.js, and I'm gonna write all these options here. Let's cut this, and I will say export const auth options, like that. And let's import them. Okay, I can call this here, and let's wrap our application with our next auth provider. To do that, I'm gonna open up my providers folder, new file, and I will say auth provider. Let's create our function. It's gonna take a children, just like this. And I'm gonna write here session provider. And it's gonna come from Next.auth React. Of course, it's a provider. It's gonna be use client. And let's use it in our layout. Somewhere here. Let's import. Okay. And there's something wrong here because we didn't import. Why it's not warning me? There is something wrong with my settings. Okay, anyway. Let's see. I'm gonna open up my login page. And I'm gonna try to log in with Google. To do that, we are gonna need some configuration. I'm gonna open up cloud.google.com. Let's open up console. And in this console, if you don't have any project, just create a new project and after choose APIs and services. And here I'm gonna choose credentials and I'm gonna create a new credential. It's gonna be OAuth. Application type will be web application. You can give any name here. I will say blog app. I'm gonna add my URL, localhost 3000. But remember, when you deploy your application, you have to change this URL. You are gonna see at the end of the video. And here, again, localhost 3000. But I'm gonna write here my endpoint. It's gonna be API, auth, and callback, and Google. Our API route, auth, and as you can see, it handles this endpoint. We didn't have to create here anything. This is why we are using this folder. And I will say create. And as you can see, we have a client ID and client secret. Let's copy them and open up our env file. We don't have yet. Let's create. Let's close this source folder. Make sure that you are creating in your root, not inside source folder. I will say .env. And I'm gonna paste my client ID and let's remember what was the name. Google ID and Google secret. And one more is gonna be secret. And I'm gonna paste here my client secret. So let's open up our login page and see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna come here and say const data and status. I will say use session hook. And let's console log this. Data and status. And when I click on this Google button, on click event, I will say sign in. As you can see, there's a function. It comes from Next.auth React, by the way, equals. And I'm gonna write here my provider name. As you can see, there are many options, but we are gonna be using Google. By the way, we are using use session hook. In this case, our component should be a client component. Use client. I'm gonna open my application and my console. And as you can see, there's a problem here. And it says you should add Next.auth URL to your env file. Let's add that. It's gonna be our localhost and the port number. And also I'm gonna add here Next.auth secret. And we are using this secret ID to create session tokens. You can write here any random ID. For now, let's say my secret ID. Of course, you should generate a complex secret, but for now, for the tutorial purpose, it can stay like that. And that's all. By the way, if you are using Next.js route, you should provide here which method you are using. You can use get method, post method, put method, but to take the request, you should provide this first. For the authentication, we are going to be using both get and post methods. So actually, right here, const handler, and I'm going to export this as get method and as post method. Normally, when we create a route, we are taking our requests just like this, export, for example, post method, and we are taking any request, making some operations and returning a response. But in this case, our library is going to handle everything for us. We don't have to create get and post methods one by one. And let's check. I'm going to refresh the page. As you can see, by the way, I forgot deleting this. Let's open up team toggle and remove that. And as you realize, at the beginning, our data is undefined and the status is loading. And after, as we didn't log in, our data is null, we don't have any user, and the status is unauthenticated. But if I click here and authenticate, I'm going to choose my account here. And as you can see, we have an user here, and it has email, image, and name, and the status is authenticated. Right now, even if I refresh the page, my user will stay. And when I click on this button, we are going to log out. So let's open up our component. Remember, it's here. And when I click on this button, I'm going to call signout function here. Let's try. I will click. As you can see, this is what I want. So what I want to do is using this status and restricting my login page. If I'm authenticated, if there's a user, we shouldn't see this page anymore. So let's close everything and open up login page. And using this status, I'm gonna write here a condition. I'll say if status is, let's use loading first. If it's loading, return loading div, and I'll say just loading. You can give any style for this. And one more, and I will say if it's authenticated, we shouldn't see this page anymore, and we are going to be redirected to home page. To do that, we are going to need use router hook. I'll say const router, use router, but it's going to come from navigation because we are not using Next.js pages anymore. And using this router, I'm going to push my user to the home page. As you can see, there is no problem. We can see this page, but if I click here and log in, as you can see, we are in the home page. Okay, perfect. Right now we have user in our client side, but we are not actually storing that user anywhere. Let's create our user in our database using MongoDB and Prisma. To do that, I'm going to open up cloud.mongodb.com and I'm going to create a new database. I'm going to choose the free version. You can choose any provider here and you can choose wherever you want. And the cluster name will be cluster 0. Let's create. Oh, I hate this. Okay, I'm gonna write here any username, Lama Dev. It's gonna be exactly the same. Create user. And here, when you deploy your application, you should add here your server address. But for now, for the testing purpose, I'm gonna write here 4 zeros, and it means allow anywhere. So we will be able to reach our database from any IP address, but it doesn't mean everyone can read and write any data. They don't know our username and password. Okay, let's finish and close. Let's click on connect. I'm gonna choose drivers and it's gonna be Node.js application. You can install MongoDB and make your CRUD operations using this, but we are going to be using Prisma, so I will just need this URL. Let's open up our env file. We are hiding all our secrets here. I will say Mongo, and it's going to be this URL. I'm going to add my password. It's going to be Lama Dev, and I'm going to write here any database name. Let's say block. Right now, using Prisma and this URL, I'm going to add my user to my database. Let's open up our documentation. And okay, it's not here. I'm going to open up the old documentation. Okay, it's here. As you can see, there are many options, but we are going to be using Prisma. To do that, we are going to need those libraries. I'm going to open up my terminal and install them. Of course, yarn add or npm install. And finally, this Prisma. Okay, during this process, let's see what we are going to need. As you can see, when we create our authentication function, only thing I should do is add here a Prisma adapter. And after that, in the Prisma schema, we should add our models like account, session, user, and token. I recommend you copy and paste this schema directly, that because this adapter is gonna handle our user accounts and tokens automatically. We don't have to do anything. For example, in our application, when I log in with Google and log out and log in with another provider, and if we are using the same email, we don't have to create a new user. This adapter is just creating a new account. As you can see, there's a provider property here, and it stores all our providers here. It's not creating new user. And it handles all these sessions and verification tokens. So let's create our Prisma schema and add them there. I will say yarn add Prisma, and I'm gonna copy here. As you can see, we have a database URL. We are gonna add our MongoDB URL here. Let's initialize our Prisma first. I will say npx Prisma init, and I can add here my database provider. I will say data source provider, and it's gonna be MongoDB. Let's open up our menu, and as you can see, we have a new folder here. It automatically creates this folder and this schema, and inside, as you can see, we have our client and database. And we should add our database into this URL. Let's open up our env. As you can see, it just added by itself. I'm just gonna change this URL. Remember, it's here. Let's paste. And I can delete here and this Mongo. Okay. Right now I can paste my code. Okay, we already have our client and DB. I'm just gonna copy and paste here. And as you can see, there's a problem here because we are using MongoDB and it stores IDs with this underscore. If you are using any other database, probably they are just using ID. But if you are using MongoDB, you should use this annotation for your IDs. And we don't need those texts. I'm gonna delete them. But before, let's add them here. And this is our ID in this case. I will say first ID and after map ID. Okay, let's delete those. And that's all. Let's test. I will log out. By the way, it's not changing that because we didn't write our condition. If you remember, we are using this temporary status. Right now, we don't need that. I'm just gonna use use session hook. Like that. And it's not authenticated, it's gonna be unauthenticated. And as you can see, our login button is here. But before, let's add our adapter. Let's see here. As you can see, we are gonna need this adapter and we are gonna add our Prisma client. Let's import them. Just like this. And I'm gonna generate my Prisma schema. To do that, I will say npx Prisma generate. If you are using any relational database, you should use npx Prisma migrate, and if you are using MongoDB, you should generate your models first. Let's check. By the way, instead of using this Prisma client again and again, because we are going to make a lot of CRUD operations and we shouldn't create multiple clients, to prevent this, I'm going to be using this code. Basically, if we are in the development mode, it's going to check whether we have created our client before or not. If we have created, it's going to use it. It's the TypeScript version. I'm going to create the JavaScript version. Let's open up our utils, and inside I'll say connect, and I'm going to paste it here. You can find this code in the GitHub repository. Right now, I'm going to use this Prisma function. Like that. And let's try. I'm going to refresh. Let's sign in. Okay. Let's check here. I'm going to refresh the page. And as you can see, we have a database, and inside we have account, session, and our user. Name, email, and image. Perfect. As you can see, it uses underscore. And we can use this dashboard, but there's an awesome feature of Prisma. Let's open up new terminal here, npx Prisma Studio. In this address, we are going to have our Prisma Studio. As you can see, let me zoom in. Perfect. So what else we can do? I can do the same thing for writing page. I'm going to open up write page and paste it here. Of course, they can't be conditional. I'm going to move this here. And let's import them. Next navigation and use session. Okay, we don't need data. Right now, I'm going to close everything here and I'm going to create my other models. So I'm going to scroll all the way down, and here, firstly, I'm going to create my category model. And it's going to have an ID and it will be a string. I will mark this as ID, and by default, I'm going to generate a new ID using this method. It's going to create a unique ID. And remember, if you are using MongoDB, you should add here underscore ID. And each category has a slug. It's going to be a string and unique. Make sure that it's unique because we are going to use it in our posts. And let's say title, string, and we are going to have some images. Actually, it's not required. I can write here question mark, and we are going to have some posts, but we don't have our post model yet. Let's duplicate this, and I will say post model is going to have ID, slug, title, and we are going to have a description, image, and let's say views. It's going to be an integer, and by default, it's going to be 0. And when we visit our post in our browser, we are going to increase this view. And right now we have post, we can add it here. And I will say post array. In this case, I can add my category here. Let's say cat is gonna be category, and I'm gonna add here a relation, and I'm gonna connect my post model and category model. So how I'm gonna connect them? Firstly, I'm gonna create here a cat slug, and it's gonna be a string. And I can check this cat slug and this slug, and if they are equal, it means they are related. So I will say fields is gonna be cat slug, and the reference inside this category will be slug. Okay, and right now each category can have different posts, and each post has only one category. And also each post has a user. I will do the same thing here. I will say user email. We are gonna use this email because remember, when we log in inside our data, we have our username, email, and the user image. We can directly reach that email using use session hook. This is why we are not using user ID. And I will say user is gonna be user relationship. We are gonna check the user email, and the reference will be email. And there is a problem here because the foreigner key is not unique. Let's come here. Okay, it's unique, but it's not required. Every user has to have an email, and it has to be unique. Okay, and what else? Let's create our comments. I will say comment. Again, ID. We don't need slug. We are gonna need a title. Actually, let's say description, not title. We don't need any image or views. We don't have any category. We are gonna need a user, and also we are gonna need our post. So I'm gonna duplicate here, and we are gonna check the post slug. Post slug, and it's gonna be slug. Let's check here. Right now I can add my comments. It's gonna be comment array. Okay, there is a problem because I said user is gonna be post. Okay. Each user can have a post list and comment list. And each post can have some comments. And also we can add here created at date because we are going to need it. I will say created at is going to be a date time, and by default it's going to take the current date, just like this. I can do the same thing for post. And I hope everything is okay. If it's not, we can come here and regenerate our items. Let's generate. And I'm gonna restart my Prisma Studio. And let's try to create, for example, our categories. I'm gonna open up my API and create a new folder. And it's gonna be categories. I'm gonna create my route. And I'm gonna try to fetch all my categories. To do that, I will create a get method. Export const get. It's gonna be an async function. And I will write here try catch method. If there's an error, I can console log this error, and also I can send it to my user. Return new next response. I will say JSON stringify. I'm gonna send my message here. You can send any object. Something went wrong. And I can send here a status inside an object, and it's gonna be 500, a server error. And let's try to find all of our categories. I will say const categories await Prisma dot category. Remember, the name is category. And I will say find many. Basically, it's gonna find all the categories, and finally we can send it to our user. Let me duplicate this and move it here. In this case, it's gonna be successful 200, and I will directly pass my categories that I've fetched here. Okay, by the way, let's import this Prisma. There is something wrong with my VS Code. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna come here and say API categories. As you can see, it's an empty array. Let's open up our studio. I'm gonna refresh here. All our models are here. And let's create our categories. I will add record. Let's try. I'm gonna refresh and it's here. Perfect. Right now, using this endpoint, I can fetch my categories. But before, let's add others. Okay, let's open up our home page. And in this component, by the way, let me zoom out 100%. Okay. Inside this component, I'm gonna fetch my data. Let's open up category list and let's create here our function. I will say const get data is gonna be async, and I will say const response await. I will call the fetch function and my endpoint here API categories, and I can write my options here. And I will say cache, no store. Because by default, Next.js is caching your requests, but I don't want to do that because it's just a tutorial and I want to always show you the fresh data. Of course, they are not changing. In this situation, the better option is using cache. But in case of making any changes for the tutorial, I just want to see it directly. This is why I'm not caching. Okay. And after that, I will say if response is okay. Actually, if it's not okay, I will throw error. Or you can send any message. I will just say failed. If it's not, finally, we can return response and JSON. Let's call this function here. Of course, it should be async. Const data equals await and our function. Let's use this data here. Let's remove them. And I'm gonna leave only one of them. And I'm gonna map through my data. If there is data, take all items and return this link. Like that. And there's a warning because we are using a map. In this case, we should provide here a unique key. And I will say key item.id. But remember, in MongoDB, we are using _ID. Let's see. Okay, it's not directly fetching our URL. I will write here. Perfect. As you can see, 6 items. It means it works. Let's use their images and titles. Item.title, item.image. And also I can change here styles, item.slack. Perfect. And I can write here a condition if there's an image, because it's not required, remember, if there's an image. Okay, as you can see, it's that easy, guys. I can do the same thing for these posts. Let's open up. I'm gonna copy here and open up my cart list. And I will paste it here. In this case, it's gonna be posts. And let's call this function here. I will say async const data get data, of course, await. But we don't have our endpoint yet. Let's create inside API. I will say posts. And I'm gonna do exactly the same thing. Let's paste here. Again, get method in this case is gonna be posts. And it's gonna check our post model. But there is something different here because in our example, we are gonna need this pagination. We are gonna fetch only 4 items. If you are using client components, it's really easy. You can just store a number starting from 1, and when you click a button, you can just increase that state and fetch items. But if you are using server-side rendering, to reach that page number, we are going to be using search params. For example, at the beginning, we are not going to have any query here. In this case, the page number will be 1. And when I click on this button, I'm going to directly create here a page query, and I'm going to increase that number. It was 1, it's going to be 2. And if I click here, it's going to be 1 again. If I click here, it's going to be 3. Of course, we are going to check if we have more items or not. We are going to create all these functionalities. But before, let's take this page query in our homepage and pass it to our component. So I'm going to open up my home page. Where is my home page? I'm going to close them. Okay, here. And I will say get the search params. And I will create a page here. And I will say if there's a search params and page, take it. If it's not, write it 1. And at the beginning, as I said, we don't have any page. In this case, it's going to be 1. And of course, it's a string. It should be a number. I will just use parse integer and pass it my string. And right now, I can pass my page here. Just like that. So let's take these props here. Where is our cart list? Here. And I'm going to pass this page to my fetching function. I'm going to take it here and write it as a query. Page equals page. Of course, it should be a backtick. We are using JavaScript here. And inside my route, I'm going to make some changes. Firstly, I want to decide how many posts I want to show to user. I'll say const post per page. So let's say 2, for example. And right now I'm gonna get my page number. Remember, we are hiding this inside our request. And in this URL, we have our page. Let's get our search params first. Const search params, new URL, and I'm gonna pass here request URL. And inside this search params, we have our page. Const page search params.get and page. Right now we have the page number and post per page. So what I'm gonna do is writing here my option. I will just say take only post per page. It's gonna get only 2 items. Of course, it's an option. And I will say skip post per page multiply by page minus 1. Why I'm doing this? Because at the beginning, remember our page number is 1. 1 minus 1 is 0. If I multiply this by post per page, it's gonna be 0. It means we are not gonna skip any post. We are gonna start from 0 and we are gonna take only 2 items. And when we click on that, by the way, it's not working because we didn't complete it yet. But imagine we have a next button here. When I click that, the page number will be 2. In this case, 2 minus 1 is going to be 1. If I multiply them, it's going to be 2. And it means we are going to skip first 2. And we are going to take 2 items. It works like that. It's really easy. I'm going to save. And let's open up our page. And I'm gonna open up my studio and create some posts for the test purpose. I will say posts. By the way, it's raining too much. I hope sound is not coming to you. Actually, I can take a break. Okay, I'm taking break and I'll see you soon. Okay guys, I'm back. During this break, I just created some posts. Their titles are from 1 to 6. And I gave some categories. And let's fetch this data. I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna show my posts. Okay, using this data, I can call this cart component. Map, if there's a data, map through this data and take items and show a cart. Let's remove others. I should add here a unique key. Remember, item.id, but it's not an HTML element. I should use it inside my cart component. I will take that key and use it here. Okay. And also I'm gonna pass my item equals item, and using this prop I can show item.title. Let's see. I forgot dot here. As you can see, only 2 items. If I click here, I'm gonna update my page. Let's do that. I'm gonna open up my component. What was the name? Pagination. Okay, here. So it's gonna be a client component. Use client. And using use rather hook, let's say const rather from next navigation, I'm gonna update my page. But before, I should take this as a prop. Let's open up cart list and I'm gonna paste my page. And if I click here on click event, I'm gonna use my rather push, and I'm just gonna add here a query, and page will be page +1. Let me close this menu, and I can do the same thing for other. When I click, it's gonna be -1. Let's try. I will click. As you can see, we are in the page 2 right now, and we have 3 and 4. If I click more, 5 and 6. But there's a problem here. If I click more, it's going to the 4th page, but we don't have any item. So I have to check if I have previous and next items. If we don't have, I'm gonna disable this. And I will do the same thing for this one. As next. Let's give a style for them. I will say if button is disabled, I'm gonna change its color. It was crimson, but I'm just gonna decrease its opacity, and cursor will be not allowed. But how we are gonna take them? Let's come back and create here as previous and next. I will say const has previous and next, and I'm gonna pass them here. Okay, but how we are gonna make this decision? Firstly, I'm gonna need post per page. You can make this calculation in the API, but doesn't matter. You can do it here also. Remember, it was 2 and I have a page here, and I can say if post per page multiply by page -1 bigger than 0. For example, for the first page, 1 minus 1 is gonna be 0. 0 multiplied by whatever, it's gonna be 0, doesn't matter. And it's not bigger than 0. In this case, it's gonna be disabled. But for this one, we are gonna need the total number of our posts, because we are gonna check if we have more posts or not. So how we are gonna get this count? I can come here and write another operation, and I can say count equals Prisma post and count, but I don't want to do that. I want to make everything in just one request. To do that, I'm going to use transaction method. And inside this method, I can call multiple queries. So firstly, we are going to find our all posts, and secondly, we are going to find the count of those posts. In this case, we are going to have two items. First one will be posts, and second one will be count. Let's say Prisma post find many, and second one will be count. Of course, we don't need post here. It's going to be transaction, and it's not going to be an object. It's going to be an array. Just like this. But we don't have our query here. Let's create const query. And remember, we are taking two items and skipping this amount of items. Let's use it here. Okay. Right now I can send my posts and also this count. Let's use it here. Right now we don't have only posts. We have posts and also count. In this case, this data will be posts. And right now I can write my condition. I will say post per page, again multiply by page minus 1 and plus post per page. And I'm gonna check if it's smaller than count or not. If it means we have more items. If not, we are gonna disable that button. Let's calculate. At the beginning, we have 6 items and our page number is 1. In this case, this expression will be 0, plus 2 will be 2, and 2 is smaller than 6. In this case, it's going to be true. Let's see. I'm going to come here. As you can see, our cursor has changed, but background color, there is something wrong there. I'm going to open up my CSS. Oh, I said border is going to be background. Okay. If I click here, right now, as you can see, we have previous. Perfect. And in this case, we can't click here anymore, but we can come back. It's that easy. Right now, we are gonna make something different. If you remember, we have blog pages and we can search for any category here. For example, if I click, it's gonna open up this page. And again, we are gonna pass our page here, page number. And also we are gonna pass this category. Let's do that. Let's close everything here and open up blog page. I'm gonna take the search params. And again, I'm gonna create page, parse integer, search params dot page. If it doesn't exist, it's gonna be 1. And I'm gonna search for one more thing, and it's gonna be my category. Let's actually destructure this like that. And right now I can pass them to my cart list. By the way, I can change here, cat block. And I can capitalize this. Let's open up title and I will say text transform capitalize. That's all. And as you can see, we have items, but we are not fetching based on this category. Let's handle that. I'm gonna open up my cart list again. And I'm gonna take category. But it's not required. In the home page, we are not gonna have any category, but for this page, we are gonna pass it. In this case, I can pass it to my API request. And I will say and category equals category. But if it doesn't exist, it's gonna be empty. Or you can do the same thing here. If it doesn't exist, you can say empty string. Right now, I'm gonna take this category in my API route. Remember, we have page here. I will do the same thing for category. And I'm gonna add here a condition. And it's gonna be where, and I will say if there's a category, cat slug will be this category. Because remember, in our schema, post has a category slug. We are gonna fetch all these posts if they belong to this category. I'm writing this condition because if I directly say cat slug equals category, it's gonna give an error because remember, it's not required. We are calling this only in this page. This is why I'm using it like that. And I should use this query here also, but remember, we are counting our posts. So I'm just gonna need this part. Otherwise, it's gonna take only 2 items. In this case, it's gonna give us 2 all the time. I don't wanna do that. So I will say where, and I'm gonna take only this part of this query. So I will say query.where. Let's check. As you can see, there is only 1 item. By the way, we didn't change here. Let's open up our cart. We changed only this title. I will copy this and change here. Item.created at. But if I say this, as you can see, it shows the full date. I'm just gonna take these first 10 items. To do that, I'm gonna use substring method. Start from 0 and take first 10 items. Okay, let's change here. Item.catSlug. If I say food, for example, it's gonna fetch this data, 4th item. And it's awesome because it's really important for SEO. When search engines visit this page, they are gonna see this server-side rendered page. And it's the same thing for our pages. They can index those pages, page 1, page 2. And if you have any blog page or e-commerce page, you are gonna see that how useful they are. And what else? Let's take care of single posts. When I click here, it's gonna open up the single page. I'm gonna close here, block. We have slug here, but we don't have posts. Actually, let's create posts page. It's gonna be easier. I'm gonna move this slug here. And by the way, let's continue changing them. I will say item.image, and of course if there is an image because it's not required. And this description, I can do the same thing here because description will be really long. I'm gonna use substring and I'm gonna take, let's say, first 60 items. And when I click here, finally, we are gonna open up post page and item.slug. And I will do the same thing for this title. Where is our title? Here. Okay. As you can see, we don't have any image. Actually, instead of this image, I can write my condition here. So it's not gonna show this container. Perfect. And when I click here, it's gonna show up our post page. Right now, let's create our endpoint for this single page and fetch our item. Let's close everything. Inside API, posts, I will copy this and create my Slack and paste. And I will say get single post. In this case, we can take our params here. We don't need search params, any of them. Let's remove all of these. And I'm gonna take my Slack first. I will say const Slack is gonna come from params. Remember, we are using this Slack here. This is how we can reach it. And using this Slack, I'm gonna search my post. I will say const post await Prisma.post, and I will say find unique, and I will write here my condition where Slack will be our Slack. So if you are using the same name, you don't have to write it like that. You can keep it like this, and I'm gonna pass this post here, and let's fetch our item. I'm gonna come here. Let's close here, and I'm gonna make this async function, and I'm gonna do exactly the same thing. Let's copy here and paste, get data. We are gonna need our Slack, and we are gonna take this using params. Const Slack equals params, and using this Slack we can call our function get data and Slack. And using this Slack, we can make API request. And I'm gonna pass this Slack here, of course, like that. And it's gonna return us a data. And using this data, let's write our title. Image. First, I'm gonna write my condition. If there is an image, show it here. And we are going to handle here later. And if you remember, we have a description container here, and it includes any HTML element. It can be p tag, h1 tag, whatever. So what I'm going to do is, instead of writing here data.description, I'm going to self-close this div, and I'm going to add dangerously sad inner HTML. Because remember, in our example, we are using this editor, so we can pass any paragraphs or bold items or h1 tag or whatever to show them here. We are gonna need this item. I will say underscore HTML data.description. Of course, you can use here any library to make this operation more secure, but for now I'm gonna leave it like that. But after, we are gonna need a library, basically that can be only p tag, header tag, something related to text, nothing else. Okay, and I will save, and it's here, but this image is still here. There's something wrong. Oh, it's a user image. I'm sorry, it's gonna be this image. If data.image exists, just like this. Okay, but what about this user? When we fetch this post, should we fetch also this user and pass it here? You don't have to do that. It's really easy to handle. I'm just gonna come here and just say include user true. I can do this because in our model, we have user inside post. There is a relationship between them. So I can easily take my post with their user. In this case, I can update my user easily. Let's come here, and I will just say item, user, and username. Oops, not item, data. As you can see, it's here, and I can change my image. It was here, remember, and I will say if user image exists. Okay, it's not here. Let's see our users. Okay, it's image. And right now there's a problem because Next.js doesn't allow us to use this URL. It's an external URL. To prevent this, I will basically copy this URL and open up my settings, next config, and right here my option is going to be images, domains, and I will add my domain here. If you make any changes in this config file, you should restart your application. As you can see, it's not working anymore. I will refresh. Okay, it's because of this subdomain. And perfect. I should check for this. Can I use it like that or not? I'm not sure. I'm just gonna leave it like that. And right now we can fetch our comments and add a new comment. Let's create our endpoint quickly. I will copy this and create new endpoint. It's gonna be comments. And I'm gonna paste it here. Get all comments of a post. We don't need params, but we are gonna need our post ID because we are gonna fetch all these comments using this post slack. So let's create search params. New URL, request.url. And I will say const post slack. It's gonna be, let's say, post slack again. Basically, we are gonna pass this slack as a query and we are gonna take it and search for our comments. I will say comment, find many, where, and inside I'm gonna write my condition. Remember how we are doing this. If there is a post slack, just use it. And again, we are gonna take the user. And finally, we are gonna send these comments. Like this. Remember, in our schema, we have post slack. We are gonna search for it. I will close here. Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna close them and open up my comments component. I'm gonna make here something different because it's gonna be a client-side component. Use client. We don't need here SEO or something. And when we add new comment, we are gonna see it here immediately. So basically, I'm gonna fetch my items on the client side. To do that, you can use useEffect, but I recommend you to use React Query or SWR. I really love SWR. It's really easy to use and it's really lightweight. I will say yarn add SWR. And let's call this hook. I will say import, use SWR from SWR. Okay, as you can see, there is a temporary status here. Instead of this, I can use session hook. This is another reason why we are using use client, because if we are not logged in, we are not going to see this input. And after, I'm going to fetch my data. Const data and is loading. Use SWR, and here I'm going to write my endpoint API comments, and remember we have to pass here post slack, and we are going to take this as a prop. Like that. Let's open up our single post page here. And I'm gonna pass this slug to my comments. Okay, and we should write here any fetching method. You can use Axios, you can use JavaScript fetch. So let's define this here. I will say const fetcher is going to be an async function. Const response await. I'm just going to directly use fetch method, and I'm going to pass my URL here. And after, I'm going to get my data await response.json. And I will say if response is not okay, throw an error, and I'm gonna show my message. So I will say const error. Remember, we are sending a message here. I can take it and throw that error. Data.message, and just throw this. And finally, return data. So I can use this fetcher here. By the way, I didn't close this backtick. Okay, let's use it here. We have many comments. I'm just gonna delete all of them. It's gonna be only one of them. I'll say if it's loading, right here, loading. If it's not, map through this data. And show this comment. Of course, we don't have unique key. It's gonna be item ID. Let's use this item here. If you remember, we are fetching this with our user, item.user.name, created at, and description. And user image. And as you can see, we don't have any comment yet. Let's create. We are using this post. I'm gonna come here, open up comments, add record, first comment, and I'm gonna choose a user here. We have only one user, and I'm gonna choose my post 5, this one. Let's save. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, there's something wrong. We couldn't pass this slug, I think. In our single page, we have post slug. We are passing this here and taking that slug. Okay, it's gonna be post slug. Okay, inside our API, we can't get this post slug. It's undefined. Let's check this. Okay, it's 5, but by the way, SWR trying to refetch this, that's because there's an error. This is the other benefit of using SWR. Okay, we are sending our post slug, but let's console log this. I'm gonna comment this out because it's really long. I will refresh. Oh, because of this capital letter, I think. Oh, it was because of this P. I'm so sorry. I wasted your time. And okay, cool, it works. If I check other page, as you can see, it's empty. By the way, there is something wrong here. We are logged in, but we can't see our input here. Authenticated. It should be, of course, this structured. I can delete this. Okay, right now I'm gonna store my text here, and when I click here, I'm gonna create a new comment and I'm gonna show it here immediately. Let's create our endpoint. I will create one more, and I will say create a comment. It's gonna be a post method. And firstly, I have to verify my user. Of course, we are hiding this, but someone can use our API. We cannot trust users. We have to verify them on the server side. So basically, I'm gonna need the user session here. If you are using Next.auth, it's really easy. If you remember, we have an option here, and also I can export one more thing, and it's gonna be server-side sessions. Let's say get auth session, get server session function, as you can see here, and I'm gonna pass here my options, auth options. So I can use this function and I can reach to my user. So firstly, I will say const session. Let's import this, and I will say if there is no user, I mean if there is no session, we are not allowed to create new comment. In this case, we are going to return an error, and it's going to be 401. Not authenticated. If there is a session, it means we are authenticated. In this case, we can take our body and create a new comment. Let's do that. I will delete this, and I will say const body await request and JSON. And after that, I will say comment Prisma comment and create. Let's delete this, and I'm gonna pass here my data. I can directly say body, but I'm gonna add some additional information. So I will say take everything inside this body, but additionally add here user email. And we are gonna take it from our session. As you can see, we are not taking our user from client side. We are doing everything in the backend, and our application is really secure right now. I will save, and let's use it here. Firstly, I'm gonna store my description. Let's write it here, const description, set description, use state hook. At the beginning, it's gonna be empty. And when I change here, on change event, it's gonna set my state. Event, target, and value. Let me close this sidebar. Okay, and finally, when I click on this button, I'm gonna call handle submit. Const handle submit is gonna be async function. We are gonna make a request, and I will say await fetch API comments, and I'm gonna write here my method. It's gonna be a post method, and inside body I'm gonna send my description. To do that, I will say JSON stringify, and I will pass my description, but I'm gonna pass one more thing. So let's say description and also post slack, because when we create any comment, we have to pass this post slack. Okay, this is the single page. I will close this. And finally, when we add our new comment, I want to see it here. To do that, we are gonna revalidate this data. It's really easy. I will just come here and say mutate. And after the successful operation, I'm gonna call this function. Let's see. I hope everything is okay. I will say second send. If I refresh the page. Okay, let's open up this error and let's see what's going on. Oh, there's something wrong here. Oh, I forgot here await. It's an async function. Let's try again. And it's here. Okay, perfect. So what else? We have only writing function. By the way, it redirects me to the home page. There is something wrong. Let me close everything and open up write page. Oh, I said authenticated. It's gonna be unauthenticated. Okay. Right now, I'm gonna store my title, this text, and also my file. So let's create some use states. So firstly, I'm gonna create my endpoint. I will do exactly the same thing. I can copy this and paste for my post. I will say create a post. Again, I'm gonna check my session. If it doesn't exist, we are gonna return this error. And I will say post. And here, we are gonna take body, user email again, and that's all. Let's use it here. Firstly, I'm gonna store my items. Of course, it can't be conditional, so I'm gonna move it here. And firstly, I will say file, set file, use state. At the beginning, it's gonna be null. Basically, when we add here any item, I'm gonna update this file. For these items, I'm gonna create an input and its type will be file. And I will give an ID, let's say file or image. And I will say on change event. And I'm gonna set my file. Event target files, but I'm gonna take only one file. Single file is gonna be the first item. Like that, but I don't wanna see this input. Instead, I'm gonna make this a label, and when I click here, it's gonna automatically choose this file input. To do that, I will say inner style, and let's say display none. Okay, it's not here anymore. And I'm gonna create here a label. And HTML4 will be our input ID, which is image. Actually, let's move this here. When I click, as you can see, it's opening file. If I choose any icon here, it's gonna update my state. And I will create here a use effect, and I will basically say if file changes, directly upload it to Firestore. To do that, I'm gonna open up firebase.google.com. You can add here a new project. Let's write blog. I don't need any analytics. It's gonna create our project, and we are gonna use the Firebase storage. You can use any other uploading service, but in this project, I just preferred using Firebase. And using Firebase doesn't mean we are going to use Firebase database or any other thing. It's a huge platform that has a storage service, database service. So we are just using storage. Okay. I'm going to come here. Let's say block again. And let's install Firebase. And add Firebase. Let's initialize our application. Inside utils, I will say Firebase and paste it here. Of course, we can hide our API key. Let's say process env and Firebase. Okay. Let me close this, and using this app, we can use our storage. Let's come here, build. As you can see, many services. We are just going to use storage. It's going to be test mode. You can choose any location. By the way, let me close everything here. I've opened too many tabs. I hope it didn't affect my recording. Let me close here. And let's create our use effect. I will say if file changes, call this function const upload. And we are going to upload our file here. And I will say if file, call this function, because at the beginning it's going to be null. It's not going to fire this function. If we choose any file, it's going to run this upload function. Let's see how we can do this. I just opened documentation, and here there is an awesome example that includes everything we need here. As you can see, we can upload our file and we can listen its status. We can show to user our progress. If we cancel, we can show it to user. It's really useful. Of course, I'm not going to use all these features. I'm just going to upload my image and take the URL. Let's copy this. And paste here. I'm going to import them. And I'm going to initialize my storage. Let's do it somewhere here. And if you remember, we created our application. Where is our Firebase? Here. Okay, I didn't export. I can use this app. Perfect. And I'm gonna delete those comments. As you can see, we are using our storage, and here we are passing any file name. In our case, we can directly use our file.name, but if we do this, and if we try to upload exactly the same image, it's gonna have the same name. To prevent this, it should be unique. I generally prefer creating here a new date. Let's say const name or unique name. I will say new date, get time. It's gonna give us a timestamp, and finally file.name. I can use it here. And if everything is okay, it's gonna give us the download URL. We can use it and update our state. Let's create one more state. let's say media, set media. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty string. And we have our image, we have our description, and we are going to have our title. Okay, we already set this description. Remember, we are using this library and it's changing our value. And also, I can change my title on change event, set title. And finally, when we upload this image, I'm gonna set my media download URL. And after that, finally, when I click on this button, we are gonna publish our post. On click, handle submit. It's gonna be async const response await fetch method. I will say API posts, and the method will be post, and inside body I will say JSON stringify. I'm gonna pass my title, I'm gonna pass my description, but remember, it's value. I'm gonna send my image, and it's media. And also I'm gonna need a slug, and I can actually transform this title into a slug. To do that, I'm gonna create here a function, and I'm gonna use some regular expression. Basically, if we have a title like Lama Dev, it's gonna transform this to something like that. And this is gonna be our slug. So let's use our title here. And let's see, I will say console log response. I will say, by the way, its color is black. Where is our input here? I will say color, text color. Okay. Description, I can choose any image. Let's choose this one. And if I submit, okay, there is a problem. Let's open up our console and let's see what's going on. Okay, our session is not defined. Let's come here and import this. There's something wrong with my ESLint. It's not showing my errors. Okay, publish 200, but it says there's an error. Oh, category is missing. I forgot adding here category. How can I add this without destroying my design? Maybe somewhere here. Anyway, I'm just gonna create here an input, and after this tutorial, I'm gonna change it and you can find it in the GitHub repository. I really forgot that, I'm so sorry, and I don't wanna make any design right now. So after this, I can say input placeholder category. Of course, we should fetch our categories and create here a select, because I can give here any random category. It shouldn't be like that. But as I said, I just forgot. It can be like that for now. Or actually, I can say to do add category. I'm gonna make this later, but for now, temporary, I will just say travel, for example. Let's publish. And this time it says user is missing. We have user email. We are using user email. Let's check. Post. Okay, user email. Let's actually check our Prisma Studio. I'm gonna start this again. Let's open up post. Okay, it's not here. Let's actually delete this folder and restart our application. I'm gonna refresh here. Let's select this image, title, description, and publish. And again, user is missing. Why is that? Okay, user is here. Our image. Okay guys, it was not about the user, it was about this cat slug. By mistake, I added here cat, it's gonna be cat slug, and also I forgot these function brackets. Right now it's working as we expected. Let's write here any title. I'm gonna choose any image here. If you open your console, you are gonna see that your image is being uploaded. And I can write here any description. If I publish, you are gonna see that your item is here. As you can see, title, and this is our slug, description, and image. Of course, I should add this domain also, otherwise it's gonna give us an error. Let's say posts and title. As you can see, I'm gonna add this URL. Just like that. Let's refresh. Of course, if you are making any change here, you should restart your application. And that's all. I can add any comment. I can see my item. By the way, when you visit this page, you can increase your post view. Remember, we created here, where is our post? Here, we have views, and at the beginning it's 0, and when we visit this page, we can increase that number. Let's open up our endpoint here. If you remember, we are directly fetching this item, and instead I'm gonna update my item and I'm gonna add here my data. So I'm gonna change views and I will write here increment 1. So whenever I visit this page, it's gonna update this post and it's gonna increment this property. Let's save and see. I will refresh. As you can see, it's still fetching the data. But if we check our post here, I'm gonna refresh. You are gonna see that the views is 1. Again. And 2. It's that easy. So what you can do here, if you remember, we have a component here that we show the most popular blog posts. You can open that component. You can do as we always do. Just fetch posts using getData function and write here another query, just like popular true. Or if you are using something else, for example, there is another data here, editor's pick. What you can do, you can open up your schema and add here editor pick or is featured, whatever you want. But I think you understood how to create endpoints, how to fetch data. I'm not gonna do exactly the same thing again and again. And that's all. So right now we can deploy our application. I'm gonna open up my Hostinger panel. And if you remember, I created a server at the beginning of the video. And right now I'm gonna create my application. To do that, I'm gonna click on panel access. And this is my login URL. It's gonna be admin and my password. And as you can see, in this server, we don't have any website. Let me zoom in. I'm gonna add a website. As you can see, there are many options, but in our project, we are using Node.js. So I'm gonna choose this one. If you have any domain, you can add it here. In my case, I'm gonna be using test.lama.dev. And our Node.js application is gonna run on this port. And let's create. And it's ready. I will click here. You can see your configurations. And here, I'm gonna install a free SSL certificate. To do that, I'm gonna click here. Let's encrypt certificate. Make sure that you add your IP address as a DNS record. And after that, you are gonna be ready to install. And that's all. If you are using Cloud Panel, everything is easier. So I'm gonna open up my code and my terminal, and I'm gonna build my application. But there's a problem here. Let me show you. I will say yarn build. As you can see, inside right page, we have a problem. And the source of this problem is React Query. Because in Next.js, all components are server-side components by default. Even if we write here use client, at the beginning, it's a server-side component. And during this transformation, we can encounter some problems. If you remember, we had the same problem when we used local storage. So how we are gonna fix this? I'm gonna remove this from here. Instead, I'm gonna import my library dynamically. So let's write it somewhere here. I will use dynamic import and I will say SSR false. Let's save and try. And right now, as you can see, there is no problem. We are ready to deploy our application. To do that, you can directly connect to your server and upload your files using Git. But we are using this panel. We can use it directly. I'm gonna come here, File Manager. I'm gonna find my domain name. And this is the main folder of my application. I can upload my files here. Let's open up our folder and I'm gonna choose everything. You don't have to use Git, Next.js or even Node modules because we are gonna build our application inside our server. I'm gonna come here and say compress, and I'm gonna take this file, drag and drop into my server. Let's open up this file. I'll say extract. I'm gonna choose the main folder. Okay, they are here. Right now, I'm gonna connect to my server and build my application. Let's get back to the H panel. Let's open up settings and here SSH keys. I'm gonna open up my terminal and create an SSH key. I'm gonna save it here. You can give any password. And it's ready. To copy our key, I'm gonna use this command. By the way, you can find all these commands in the description below. You don't have to memorize anything. And I'm gonna take this key and paste inside my SSH keys. Let's say Lama Dev and paste here. It's gonna take a while, just 20 seconds or something like that. And after that, we are ready to connect our server. Okay, it's ready. Let's come back here. And we can connect to our server using this command. I will say yes, enter my password. And it's ready. If you remember, we have created our application here. And the username is Llama test. I'm gonna come here and say sudo su llama test. Right now I'm inside my application. Let's find out HD docs. Let's see what's inside. As you can see, this is our website. Let's get inside. And let's see. Okay, our files are here. Right now, I'm gonna install my libraries. And I'm gonna activate the production mode and I will say npm run build. Okay, let's start our application. npm start. And let's visit our website. And as you can see, our application is here. It works as we expected because remember, in MongoDB, we didn't add any specific IP address. This is how we can fetch data. You can basically open up MongoDB and add your IP address. I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna change here. And the IP will be my server IP. In this case, only my server will be able to access this data. And also you should go ahead and change your authentication provider URLs. If you remember, we are using Google Cloud and GitHub authentication. You should go there and change the website address. And what else? If you quit this terminal, you won't be able to reach your application anymore. To prevent this, we are going to be using PM2. Let's say npm install PM2 latest, and I'm going to install globally. Basically, it allows us to start our applications automatically. Even if we restart our server, it's gonna run. To do that, I will say PM2 start npm. You can give here any name. I will say next app, and start. I will say PM to save, and that's all. Let's see. As you can see, it's still working, and it allows us to fetch our data. Perfect. Okay, that's all guys. I hope you liked it. If you learned something new today, please like the video. You can support Lama Dev by joining the channel or using the link in the description below. Don't forget to follow Lama Dev's social media accounts. I hope I'll see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.